Okay, we are at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, slightly northwest of Baudette, and we are pretty much right on Lake of the Woods. We are also in Lake of the Woods County. We're here today to do a scout of all of the reservable camp spots here. Okay, we are at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, slightly northwest of Baudette, and we are pretty much right on Lake of the Woods. And Zippel Bay is a bay in here just off of Lake of the Woods. We are also in Lake of the Woods County. We're here today to do a scout of all of the reservable camp spots here. There are 4 individual campgrounds and 1 group camp. We're going to take a look at all of them. Like always, we're going to first do a pre-scout with the vehicle where we drive through and look at them with the dash cam. Then we're going to pop out and take a closer look on foot with the body cam. Now the first campground is the Anglers Campground that we're going to pre-scout in the vehicle here. And I'm just tracking with the Avenza Maps app. This campground has about 16 campsites, and it looks like there might be like a fishing opener going on or something around the state. So there's a lot of people fishing, a lot of boat activity, and a lot of the sites in this campground are reserved, so we will not be able to walk inside each and every one of them and look around, but we're still going to get a really good idea of what they look like, their positions relative to the neighboring sites, etc. So I'll get as good of a look as I can, and there should be a handful of them that are still open. We will definitely walk in those. A little bit of heavy grading here, this part of the road. And after we have done the pre-scout, the scout on foot, and then we will also in the end do like a final drive through of different areas of the park. I want to drive up to the Zippel Bay parking area. Looks like there's probably a boat launch over there. So we are closing in on the Anglers Campground here. And we are pre-scouting these campsites, these campgrounds in reverse order that we're actually going to scout them on foot. The numbering system for these campsites begins, well, it essentially ends here with this campground, and it begins with the first one we're going to look at, and they just continue with the numbering system. So here we go. So the Anglers Campground is to our left. That's sites 42 through 57. So these are like towards the end of the numbering system for the campsites. If you go straight, that's the Harbor Fishing Pier. And that's what I talked about, where we would take a look at Zippel Bay itself. No, we're actually going to, just to save on time, we're actually going to do that right now. We're just going to look at that Zippel Bay parking area, check it out, and then head back here and then do a pre-scout of that Anglers Campground. It just makes more sense ad hoc here on the fly to make this call here. And this is a new state park for me. It's been about almost half a year since I've been to a brand new state park I haven't been to before. And the mission obviously is to scout the sites, and for me personally, so I can decide on a site that I'm going to camp here at in the near future, hopefully in June of this year, 2026. And now that I've been to this state park officially, there's only one state park left that I have not yet been at, and that is Lake Bronson State Park, which is pretty close to this state park actually. It's in the upper northwestern region of the state of Minnesota. This dirt road's pretty good. There are some parts that's a little heavily graded, so be careful going over those if you have a smaller vehicle. We're still making our way down this road to the actual Zippel Bay. And we're about 50% there from the Anglers Campground where we originated, or the entry point for it. This looks like a grouse. Some grouses are older than others. But yeah, what I was going to say is there's actually a trail that I see on the map. It's not too close to this road, but it does parallel the same route from that campground, the Anglers Campground, towards Zippel Bay here where we're headed. So you would be able to hike that trail. It's about a 1.5 mile hike. That should be one way, so you're looking at about a 3-mile hike there and back from the Angler Campground, or Anglers Campground. We're about 75% there. Okay, we are honing in on the Zippel Bay. And there she be. Aye. Zippel Bay. And there's the warden, just to our right here. Keeping an eye on everything. Zippel Bay. We get a picture here. It is pretty windy out off the bay here. Well, they got this cool little area in here. I'm not sure what this is called. It's really cool though. I'm not really a fisher or a boat or boating into boating, but I've never seen anything like this here. It's kind of like a convenient little area. It's a harbor maybe? Like a miniature harbor? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section. Yeah, okay. Looks like that trail on the map straight ahead, kind of to the right, is kind of where the tip of the trail ends from where it starts in the Anglers Campground. Based on what I see on the map here, there should be some kind of entrance or exit point for the trail here somewhere. I'm not noticing it, which happens sometimes. That's why I like to do these scouts. There's a fish clean station there. It's kind of a small fish clean station and kind of decrepit too for Zippel Bay. The one at Big Bog State Recreation Area is pretty legendary. And Lake Sheetek as well. So just to our right is where the trail is. I got the park warden rolling up behind me, of course, so I'm going to let him pass when we take a look at the trail here. So if you take this trail, this will take you down to the Anglers Campground. And that's about a 1.5 mile hike. Alright, so this is the Zippel Bay area here. So we're going to drive back down to the Anglers Campground and do a pre-scout of that campground in the vehicle here with the dash cam. And if you know me, you know that I do very long form content. So if you're one out of the 1,000 people still with me, thanks for being here. It's good to see you. Just gonna time lapse our way back. So we're about halfway back to the Anglers Campground. It looks like we got the warden going at a very slow pace here. So I'm just gonna keep my distance. I didn't see any speed limits posted anywhere, so I'm not sure. It might be 10 miles per hour, it might be. Sometimes that's the case. I don't see why though here. I would assume it's probably 25 miles per hour and under, but I didn't notice any speed signs posted. But either way, we'll just time lapse it. Alright, so we are honing in on the Anglers Campground here. And I think from this direction you can turn in this way here to get to it. So yeah, again, just doing a pre-scout in the vehicle here with the dash cam. Nice stable footage. The problem with the driving through the dash cam is you can't really see inside the sites a lot of times because they're profiled to the side of us. So the entrance is this way. I guess it's kind of a European approach. Alright, here we go. Really like the environment here with the trees. And the ranger, of course, did go in here, so that's great. Sometimes people might wonder what I'm doing, you know, that's why I just don't really like that much when they're around. Yeah. It's not too bad, a little crowded like usual. There's some devastation with trees. Nothing too crazy. But the sites are pretty crowded though, which is a common theme at a lot of campgrounds. This is going to be the last campground we're going to scout on foot. And I think this might be the last site here. I like how that's a mushroom. That tent's a mushroom, like a Mario Brothers mushroom. That's hysterical. Wow, I've never seen that before. I don't know if this is the right word, but it might be a bit campy. I'm not sure what that word means yet, but it felt like it might apply there. Okay, so that's a pre-scout of the Anglers Campground here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, in Lake of the Woods County. So we are backtracking this road now towards where the park entrance is. And then we're going to take a left when we're back at that intersection where we turned off to go this way. We're going to take a left on the road we were on when we entered 54th Avenue. And then from there, it's just kind of a one-stop shop. We're going to see the group camp first, then the Ridge Campground, then the Birch Campground, and then the Ladies Slipper Campground. And then past that, there'll be parking in the Lake of the Woods area, picnic area. Then we'll pop out and take a closer look in reverse order that we saw them in the vehicle here. And that's where the numbering system begins at the Ladies Slipper Campground. Alright, here's that road that we came in on here. We're going to take a left. If we go straight, that road will connect also, it looks like on the map here, with where we're going. So when we exit, we might actually come out of that road we just saw straight ahead, just to see what's on that part of the park. So up ahead here, maybe about a mile, we're going to take a right. And then we're going to see the group camp, or G 1. So we're approaching the turn here, and just FYI, when we do the foot scout, there's actually a trail from this intersection up here that we're going to turn that we will go to the Anglers Campground. So we won't have to walk down this road to get there. It should be right up here. Yeah, so to our left, you're going to see this sign here, and that's the trail we're going to go. And to the right here, you see the group camp. Now, it calls out the group camp specifically as though that's the only thing over here. But when I look at the map, this is the road you would also take to get to these other campsites, campgrounds as well. This road is a little brutal here. Just taking it easy. So I'm getting the impression that like we're just going exclusively to the group camp, but I do not think that that is the case at all. But it does feel like that's what's happening. That's why I really like doing scouts, because I get lost and confused pretty easily. And this is just really helpful, so that when I do camp at a location that I previously scouted, I can just hit the ground running, and then I pretty much know what I'm doing right away. I'm already acclimated. The group camp, we should be closing in on it. Based on the icon on the map I'm looking at here, it should be to the right, I would assume. Yep, that's what it looks like. I see a vault toilet to the right here. Alright, here it is. So it says group campground right here. Oh, it's nice and open. This pretty much covers it right here, but we'll walk through it as well. That's a quick look at that. Yep, and then we continue down this road, and the next campground we're going to encounter is the Ridge Campground. And I do like how they broke up different campgrounds. There's a trail to our left. It's a really small trail, less than a mile. It just kind of takes you to the road that we were just on, further up where we didn't drive to. But it might be a nice little, small little hike if you're at the group camp. Maybe a nice little night hike. Sometimes it's good to have short night hikes that aren't too creepy. Yeah, so I got stuff rubbing against the bottom of the vehicle a little. My vehicle doesn't sit too high up. It's a sedan essentially. So you got a pickup truck like most people who around these parks seem to have. It's no big deal at all. So we should be closing in on the Ridge Campground here. So it looks like you go to the right here. Here it is, yep. There's a vault toilet to the left. We've probably seen them when we were pulling in. These sites look like they're all to our right-hand side. I don't see any to the left-hand side at this time. There's another vault toilet, though, to the left. That's nice. Yeah, no inner sites, it looks like, around here. Now, it looks like this is a loop, and you go around here, and you see more of them. But we'll check those out on foot. I'm not going to backtrack around that loop we were just on. We're going to see those pretty soon here. And then if you continue on this road, you will then next encounter, looks like an intersection where you're going to want to take a left. And the intersection, this is for that road I called out earlier where I said if you go straight, we might come out of that later on when we're finishing up. So here you want to stay on the left. You get to Birch and the lady slippers, or ladies slipper. Alright, Birch Campground is right here after this turn. Obviously sites 12 through 27, as it says very nicely in that nice sign. Let's do a pre-scout of this campground now. Last I checked, one of these campgrounds didn't have any reservations in it, and I'm not sure if it was Ridge, the one we just looked at, or Birch, the one we're looking at now. And the ladies slipper, the last one we're going to look at here in a moment, had one reservation, but the Anglers was the most that had the most reservations in it. It didn't really seem very angularly, though. I thought there'd be more like boat accommodations or something angular related. Angular accommodations. So here it looks like you, just looking where the signs are faced, and it looks like you actually stay to the right on this one, not the left, like the Anglers Campground. There's a nice water fountain in the middle there to the left. Yep, so we do have some sites reserved here, so it's probably the Ridge Campground that didn't have any reservations. This one should have a few of them in here reserved. Looks like there's a mom tent, a mother tent, and a baby bear tent. Hopefully they don't get any neighbors at 16. That'd be pretty cringy. Pretty close quarters there. North Dakota. Plates are from North Dakota. It's a really small site there. I'm not noticing any sites in the middle or to our left either. They're all to the right. And you can see you can't even see the sites really with the dash cam. That's why getting out and looking at them is really beneficial. Sites like this where we're kind of curving, you can see them pretty decently. Still, it's kind of a different world when you get out and look at them from within. It really helps if you have many angles when choosing a campsite. So to our left is kind of a little hub where there's looks like 2 vault toilets and recycling and trash. separation compartments. I'm getting some good vibes over here, but I really like the way 25 looks, just so close to 26. And that fountain is to our left here. And 27 looks like a reasonable jewel, but it's close to the road here. Still looks reasonable. Alright, so that was a pre-scout of the Birch Campground here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, in Lake of the Woods County. We're just slightly northwest of Baudette. I actually came from Franz Hevne State Park, which is in Baudette, but technically it's in Birchdale, which is an unincorporated community, whatever that means. Which is probably why it shows up as being in Baudette instead of Birchdale on the maps, which is terrifyingly confusing. But I had a nice camp there last night. I did a hike yesterday there as well. It's a really awesome, magical state park, the smallest state park in Minnesota. Okay, back to this road, continuing on now to the final campground, the Ladies' Slipper. This probably has the most glamorous name of a campground that I probably ever heard. Just picture like Liberace or something like that when I hear Ladies' Slipper. That might be a flower or something, I'm not sure. We're about 40% of the way there. And I will be hiking down this road when I'm checking out these sites over here. But when we head off to Anglers, back to Anglers Campground, I'm going to take that trail I told you about a little bit ago. Really interested in checking that out, so we get a little hike in there as well. Get to see what that trail looks like. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of hiking trails in this state park though. It's probably more of a fishing type state park where you're really dedicated to fishing. Franz Hevne seemed that way as well. There's a lot of fisher days there. Probably trying to get them big sturgeon at Rainy River. So Lady Slipper Campground, sites 1 through 11. Good old 11. That's the best volume setting for a potentiometer on a guitar amp, by the way, is 11. Water fountains just to our right. Site 1 is the only one reserved here, but it looks like they're not here yet, so we might be able to weasel in a scout of that. And this sign is facing the other way. Oh, I've never seen this before. So the sites to our left are facing the other way because they're intended when you come back to see them. I've never seen that before. That's interesting. I like that in a way, but also I don't like it because you have really close sites adjacent to each other from the road, and the road is already annoying as it is with the vehicles. Nice plush vault toilet over here. Everyone will walk over here to this vault toilet. This last site I just saw here kind of called out to me as the most practical for me for privacy, but you're going to have everybody walking by to use that vault toilet. Now this sign is actually facing the other way, though it's on this side. And that's really weird. Really weird. Yeah, so now we see the other sites on the other side. And they should have called this sardine can. This is what I refer to like kind of a sardine can. It's more of a tent camping sardine can. Usually you see that with RV layouts, like at Red River State Recreation Area, Sherlock Campground. Alright, so that's a long-winded pre-scout of all the camp spots here at Zippel Bay State Park here in Williams, Minnesota. So I'm going to go park up here at Lake of the Woods, and we're going to get a quick look at Lake of the Woods, and then we're going to head off on foot and take a closer look at all these sites. And I'm going to show you the entire hike and everything, and I will timestamp certain areas, so that is spectacular. Lake of the Woods. You know, if I have seen this before, it's been a good 30 years since I've seen it, so it's pretty amazing. And my camera, or my phone, just went to SOS only. We had a little bit of service here at some parts of the park here, but SOS only now. So it does say there's parking here. It just doesn't really feel like a lot. So I'll just park right here. That seems to make sense. And we're going to pop out and take a closer look, as I called out many times. Alright, I'm just going to get my gear on, and we're going to do this. So let's go. I don't have Garden Island on the map here, but Garden Island should be somewhere that direction. And I don't have cell signal, so I can't download it. That's enough dawdling. Tracks here. It's very chilly off the windy Lake of the Woods, of course. All right, here we go. So we're off to scout these sites here closer up. Make sure my pants are cuffed over my boots. Because the ticks are out. That I can tell you. I encountered them 1 week ago today. Some American dog ticks were on me. Actually a very beautiful looking tick, actually. The design that they have on them. Let's just check my notes here. So for Lady Slipper, looks like there's 11 sites. And Birch has 16, Ridge has 14, G1 is 1, Angler's 16, total 58 sites. Multiply that by 3, so about 174 minutes average. So if we do like 3 minutes per site average, roughly 174 minutes, so 2.9 hours, just about 3 hours. And I'm going to timestamp. I'll probably timestamp the different campgrounds. Probably do one with the vehicle drive-through and one with the Foot Scout as a courtesy. There's probably only 1 to 5 people out of 1,000 that would appreciate the long form. There probably hasn't been, maybe a couple people have saw my videos all the way through, beginning to end. They're so long though, it would take time away from your life to do that. Unless you couldn't get out and do something. It'd be really handy then though if you couldn't get out and do something. You're kind of stuck somewhere. Did a hike at Zippel Bay State Park yesterday, and that was pretty awesome. So I'll probably have that. If you can see this, you probably can see that too. So if you like hikes, you want to see what that state park looks like around the hiking trails, you should check that out. And I don't do really any edits or cuts. Sometimes I'll edit out throat clearing or coughing or stuff like that, but again, this is all long form. I want almost every square inch documented. Here we got the Ladies Slipper Campground here, sites 1 through 11 at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, which is located in Lake of the Woods County, right on Lake of the Woods. Get this really cool fountain in here. Based on what I saw in the pre-scout, I am definitely not a fan of this campground. Now, I do speak, my opinions come from a tent camping perspective exclusively. I'm a tent camper, so I look at things through that bias. Everybody's different, so some things might work for you. Site 1. This is supposed to be reserved today, so they're probably not going to roll in until about 4. Maybe they already took off. Maybe this is from them. Who knows? you got your own little courtesy trail to the water fountain from this site. That being said, if other people use the water fountain, you're gonna have traffic, and the pump sound is probably squeaky too. The give and takes. Nice moss here, similar to what they got at Franz Hebne State Park, which is less than an hour from here. Very nice. So this right here is a forest tent caterpillar moth. Forest tent caterpillar moth. Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota. Just south of Lake of the Woods in Lake of the Woods County. Try to keep under 3 minute per site goal. It just creaks out of this tree. You probably hear that all night, if it's still here when you get here. Kind of reminds me of when the Fratellis got home, when they're hiding under in the basement in the Goonies. I do got kind of a lot of gear on me, but it's just in case it gets too cold or there's precipitation of any kind. Got some nourishment, got some water, backup body cam, so I'm good to go. Power banks. Just gonna take it easy. We're doing good on time. Site number 2. I look up to see how much shade you got, and also are there any widowmakers or branches that might fall on you. I get a better vibe from this site. So this standing water might be ripe for mosquitoes, which are probably going to start coming to life here in about 3 weeks. It's a very deep fire pit. I'm not a fan of the deep ones. Some brush in here, kind of fill in a little privacy. Site 3, you can see the site's right across from over here. Starting to, yeah, it's pretty close. It might be hard to see that sign when this grows in. So there's some distance between here and that site. However, there is no distance between this site. There's no good place for a tent back here, so you can't really hide back here. Probably gonna be right here, which means you're closer to here, which is pretty brutal. There's a warden. Site 3. Might have a dialogue with the warden here in a second. Site 4. My Cam Pro body cam, it has a logo on it that looks a lot like the DNR logo. It's pretty funny. Seagull. So they might think I'm trying to fake it to make it or something. It's just really close to these other sites. Everything's really close to the other sites here. Site 4. Hey. He's cool. Now this is the one where I'm like, okay, this is probably the only one here for me. Though it's gonna have a lot of traffic with the toilet. Site 5. Very spacious. Well, when compared to sites in this campground, it's pretty spacious. I like how they just kept this at one site and they didn't split it into 2. That was nice of them to do that. I like how they got a logo of somebody sleeping in a tent. Usually whenever you see that, there's an X over it to indicate no camping at certain locations. I've never seen like a pro camping logo with somebody sleeping in a tent with no X over it that I can recall. Take a look at the vault toilet. Because if you are familiar with camping and campgrounds, you know that that matters. And it is not weird to do so, to look at these. Not bad. Not bad at all. Looking good. They got kind of the same standard that they had at Franz Jebne, or Jebne as some people would say. At Franz Jebne, the toilet seat didn't fall. It was really tight, so it went down slowly. But here, that's not the case. I'm going to take a quick break and do some end user testing. Alright, so that works as expected. Very good. Very good. Now the handover. Precious handover. So as far as vault toilets go, that's a winner. And you got the trash recycling over here. Garbage, glass, aluminum garbage. Kind of a glimpse of what it looks like a month later, after things grows in a little greener. It's kind of a wet, rainy day. Really nice carnivorous earwig head turnaround. Like that. It's a lot breezier than I was expecting, but I should have expected that being Lake of the Woods. It's a pretty mighty lake. So that's 6. You know what? I like this one better than 5. Little, oh, it's so painfully close. If anyone inhabits that site, it's game over. You're just gonna hear them the whole time. Even if they're quiet, you're gonna hear like their movements. That's how close it is. Deep fire pits, I do not like that. Got a little table here, at least for now. You use a chop wood if you do that. Your tent would probably go right here. Yeah, it's pretty brutal, pretty close. We'll see it over here from there in a second. Yeah, it's a little close. You got, as you can see, some slant action happening here. It's kind of level here, so the tent probably here. Gravel here, so you don't got to worry about ticks on the gravel. Reminds me of Scenic State Park. They turned the entire Chase Point Campground into one big gravel parking lot. Let's just continue on our merry way here. Cool rock. Thought it might be a meteorite at first, but I took a closer look and I don't think it is. Probably isn't, for sure. Site number 7. Again, this is the ladies' slipper campground here at Zippel Bay State Park. Maybe a tent in there. It might be a little high growth though in the summer, warmer months. In here is the most ideal in my opinion. A little closer to where we just were. Their tent would be there, so you'd probably hear each other snoring, nose whistles, etc. Stomach growling possibly. All cringe, all cringe. Looks like there's not going to be anybody in this campground today though, so we're going to be able to look at all of them. This has potential for the tent site, but it's just, you can just tell this is going to grow up tall, and probably going to be a bit ticky. I think we're doing a lot better than 3 minutes per site at this point. Probably at a minute 20. That was site number 7. And then 8. Oh, I like the layout with the tree right there, and you kind of go between them. Oftentimes when I experience this and I like it, like the next year, one of the trees will be cut down magically. Very deep. You know, they might have deep ones here for a reason, and it might have to do with the wind coming off of Lake of the Woods. That's probably the reason. Nice open area in here. By the way, well, we got some cell signal now in here, so there's a little bit of cell signal. In the ladies' slipper campground here, we have a little cell signal. South is that way. Red in the shed, of course, will be towards Lake of the Woods, north. You got your ecliptic, east to west. Perfect for shade here, just right. Might be the best spot for a tent here on this mound of moss. A little slanty. Might be a little safer than back there. And back there is going to be closer to over here, which has this creepy path to your neighbors, which never makes sense to me, but seems to always exist between sites. Site 8. Hopefully I'm tilting the camera right. Sometimes I go under or over the sign number and it really pisses me off when I'm editing. 9. There's another one here where it's got this cool little, like a portal between trees you pull through. Yeah. Oh, this is insanity. Look how close that is. Oh, wow. They should have nicked this. Both of these sites they should have nicked. By nicking, I mean they shouldn't have had them to begin with, or they should get rid of them. Wow, you're right here. So I mean you're at your picnic table here, and then you're just bam. Hey buddy, you got a lighter? It's crazy. You got a bush light? I threw my last empty in the brush over there because I don't want to have an empty in my vehicle. So, saw that yesterday at my campsite. Someone threw a bush light in the brush off the camp. And I saw that the day before, or the week before, at another state park. A bush light. That was in a urinal. He tried to throw it in a urinal at a vault toilet, St. Croix State Park, but he missed, so it was just sitting on the floor. He missed because he's stupid. But it's a good thing he missed, because now the park staff doesn't have to climb in there head first and pull it out. He's a failed human drunkard. Oh well. We're on site number 10 now. This guy at work told me, he said, everybody's different. Everybody's different. That's for sure. That's good and bad. Hey buddy, pretty close. You got extra serpentine built? Oh man, a dead mouse in there. Oh, that's not good. Ooh, that's not good. Definitely not suffering. That's good. I like this area for a tent pad. It's really cool. But you're, God, even over here you're close. And then right here, you got the brush, but you're gonna hear everything. I did see a few bookworms at some campsites, but unfortunately there were also other people there with loud dogs. So even when you're surrounded by bookworms, people just reading books quietly, minding their own business, there'll be a dog or something slightly nearby to turd the punch bowl. So I'm here just over a month later, and they got these really cool flowers here, and these roses also kind of all over the campground here. These flowers here, try to identify it here. Guelder rose. This is Guelder rose, and I couldn't quite identify what this rose was specifically. But it's a rose. Now I also encountered a meadow anemone on my hike here down there. Really beautiful flower. And then I encountered this forest tent caterpillar moth at Site 1 down there. So pretty cool. I'll have a separate video for that specifically. Yeah, just a glimpse in the future here a month later after the scout approximately. It's a white-throated sparrow we just heard. I just love their call. Alright, site number 11. And I do declare this is the final site for this campground, the Ladies Slipper Campground. This one ain't bad either. Really spacious. But you get the hey buddy issue with the potential meth head neighbor, the vehicle in poor shape, and the cigarette and alcohol addiction. Now this fire pit is it's not as deep as the others, so I like this one. Now, I do like this site, but the problem is that close neighbor there. People just love booking sites right next to you, even though there's other sites open. It is so weird. All right. Now we know. Now we know. Which campground do you think will be your favorite? And in that, which site do you think will be your favorite? I have no idea right now. This is one of them times where the getting out on foot and looking at it inside and out really matters, in my opinion, based on the initial drive-through. So this is site 11 here. And just to call out, you can see that the opening for one is right there. One is far pushed back from any other site. On the reservation page, it looks like site 1 is directly adjacent to site 11. So it should be here based on the reservation page map, but it's not. One is pushed back, it's staggered. There's no surrounding neighbors anywhere around 360. So one is the most private for sure. I just camped there last night and it was a pretty good camp. The water fountain is near it, so people might be going by to pump it. And the other downfall is the vault toilet is really far. I guess it's not really far, but it's It's all the way at the end. So it's a little bit of a walk. I'd say it's about a 60-second walk. So use it wisely, efficiently. I'm going to backtrack a little. So this one right here is kind of the most private, the first one. They just really got greedy when they started building the rest of them out there. I wish they would stagger the sites so there's none directly near or adjacent to each other. They're staggered diagonally at least. And also maybe they could just block out every other site. One year block out the even sites, the next year block out the odd sites. That would help save on the sprawling of the environment. It would help space things out with the other campers that are here. It would just be a better experience overall for nature and people, in my opinion, if they did that. So that is a scout of the Ladies Slipper Campground, sites 1 through 11 here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota. Right on Lake of the Woods, the mighty majestic Lake of the Woods. We'll carry on our merry way to the next of the 4 campgrounds here, not including the group camp. Birch is next up. So like usual, I got the chest rig and the 5.11 brush 24, which is my go-to for a lot of these scouts. The Granite Gear rucksack, the cheap patrol that I have, it's a little overkill for this type of situation, but that's mainly like for like backpack sites. I bring that with me at every camp just so I have everything I need in my rucksack. But I'll usually do scouts in this right here. Now the warmer months I'm probably going to pivot one size smaller from this 5.11 Rush 24 to a 5.11 Rush 12. It's essentially a 24-hour capacity is a 24, and then a 12-hour capacity is a 12. And I refer to that as my assault pack. Just a smaller pack basically. So I don't need really any thermal layers to have on hand when I'm hiking out in the warmer months because it's already too hot. So you can cut back on some of the gear. And the thermal layers can take up some space, some volume in the packs. And it can add some weight as well. I do use wool mainly for my thermal layerings. So it's merino wool, but wool can still add up in weight. I found that. But I put all my layers in a dry bag and put it in my rucksack or my pack. It's got a little weight to it. And it takes up some volume as well. Those are the two things you got to kind of consider with packs, is the volume, how much space this stuff is going to take up, and the weight, of course. And then with those two things also comes into play the placement of where you put them in the pack. So like ideally the heavier objects like water, you're going to want higher up in the pack towards the top part of your back rather than at the very bottom. You're going to want your lighter, kind of more padded, like clothing garments, sleep systems towards the bottom of the pack, if practical. The placement of the gear is very important also. You got to do it the right way. You got to know how to do it. And you should always work to iteratively improve how you structure things in the pack, the placement of them. Try to find better solutions. I always kind of be thinking about it. Just a little dialogue while we're making our way to this next campground here. Check the Avenza Maps app. We're about 45% there to Birch. White-throated sparrow. Now, just before I got here, I encountered a whooping crane, 2 of them. Just off the road, they're crossing the road, and I haven't identified that species yet with my CCAP. I'm super stoked about that. And that bird we just heard is identified as a purple finch. And purple finch, and also yellow rumped warbler. That was the Merlin bird ID. I do hear a larger creature rustling through the leaves here. I'm not sure how large it is though. It might just be a chipmunk. So yeah, I'll use the CCAP to identify plants and animals and insects, and I'll use the Merlin bird ID to identify bird sounds. It only identifies bird sounds. It won't identify other sounds, like insect sounds. And then I'll use stellarium as well sometimes, mainly at night, to try to see where constellations are. I'll be in my tent and I'll just use stellarium and hold it and look around. I can see everything. Sometimes I like to know where my, I think it's my sun sign or my moon sign, whatever that is. It's kind of fun. Yeah, those whooping cranes though, well, they were pretty awesome. They crossed the road, I noticed them, and I slowed down immediately because I wanted to identify them and take a picture. And I was really cautious about vehicles approaching from behind. And they noticed me and they like stopped and they looked back, and like, it's almost like they were getting ready to like answer a question I had for them. It was kind of funny. Like what a person might do. If they knew you were pulling over to interact with them, they could just feel it. It's kind of funny. They had a really interesting, unique look to them. And so I was like, oh man, I gotta try to identify these. I don't know what they are. And yesterday at Franz Hebne State Park, some may pronounce it Jebne. All pronunciations are welcome here. I encountered pelicans, the American pelican. There was 4 or 5 of them, and that was super awesome. So in my hike video at Franz Hevne State Park, I'll have that in there, and that's kind of towards the beginning of the video as well. Well, nowadays with shorts, all the brainwashed zombies that drool over them, the beginning of a video is the first 45 milliseconds. In my videos though, the first part of the video is about 5 to 10 minutes in, like a normal video would be. Gonna keep checking the map here. The state park has a really beautiful sign, a state park sign. I really love it. I first saw that sign on one of Stinkleberry Farmer's videos when he was here. I started doing this stuff, and well, I did some preparing, but I really started going out to state parks and camping in April Fool's Day of 2022. So that was the first state park I camped in, Afton State Park in Hastings, Minnesota, near Afton, Minnesota. Kind of near Cottage Grove as well. And South St. Paul, a little further. And Franz Hevne State Park was one of the final 4 that I had to camp at left. And now I have the final 3, and this is one of them, Zippel Bay. That's part of what this scout is about. So Zippel Bay State Park, Old Mill State Park, and Lake Bronson State Park are the final 3 I have left. And I already have a reservation at Old Mill State Park for later this month, the end of the month. And after that camp, I am going to scout Lake Bronson State Park. So then hopefully when this month is over, I would have literally been in every state park in Minnesota except Upper Sioux Agency, which the Cuck leadership shut down 1 year before I was able to get there, unfortunately. That and the data center thing, those really bother me. Alright, so this is a scout of the Birch Campground, sites 12 through 27, here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, in Lake of the Woods County, right on Lake of the Woods, just off it, the southern shore. You can access that lake from here. The road we came in on, you can access it. And this is one of 4 campgrounds here. We just scouted the first one, Lady Slipper. This is the second one we're scouting now. And there's going to be some sites occupied here, so I'm going to put a button on the beak for some of this, not to be weird, and we're going to just kind of profile past in a non-creepy way, and still get a reasonable look at it, better than what we could see with the dash cam for 90% of the angles we had with that. We're going to fill in the other 90%. Well, maybe 60% because we can't get in there. Oftentimes on the DNR site where you reserve campsites, you'll have one picture, but it's like it doesn't do justice at all. Like it could be a picture of anything. But I found recently they don't even have pictures for a lot of them anymore. I think it was like several backpack sites. I couldn't even find pictures for them. think this was that campground we saw a little bit ago where the very last one seemed possible for me personally, based on my criteria. But these look like they're a lot of close sites as well. This is another park where I'm thinking they could have baked in a few backpack sites kind of around Lake of the Woods. There's only a handful of state parks where backpack sites are not really practical. There's one candidate at Monson Lake State Park, however, it would take up a really cool part of a hiking trail, and it just, I don't know, you kind of just want to leave that open for everybody to hike, but it'd be a perfect backpack site. Almost a walk-in site, actually. Wouldn't be that far of a hike. Alright, so let's start taking a look at these sites here. There's Birch Campground here at Zippel Bay State Park. Here's that water I was telling you about. Really cool red colored fountain. You know what, I kind of like this one because of the reasonable distance. The sweeping of the lights though will be annoying. That happened to me last night a little bit. It was pretty annoying. This knucklehead wouldn't shut his lights off. He just kept them on, angled at my tent. Little knucklehead. Oh yeah, sweeping, they be coming in. Looks like a good place for a tent back here. Yeah, not bad. A lot of the brush will fill in also with the lights from the vehicles, definitely. Not when they exit though. And we got deep fire pits here as well. Alright, site 12. And they're starting to sandwich them now. However, there is no sites over here, so that's good. Site 13. Frog sounds in the distance. Here's another courtesy path to the community fountain, water fountain over here. Site 14. There's some distance between that other site, but not much. A lot closer with this site here. In my opinion, even if this site wasn't here, it'd still be kind of close to that site over there. Well, it's just based on my experience. Last night was my 141st camp trip, so that's all the tent camping the whole time, all seasons. I'll say I got a pretty good opinion based on that, based on my experience. I would trust what I say, essentially, if I could say so myself. It was 14, and I just checked, and I have SOS only. So it looks like no cell reception in this campground. So depending on which campground you're at or what part of the park you're at, you may or may not have a connection, and it might be spotty. And I'm thinking if you have a cell booster, you'd probably be golden. It would probably be more than enough to get it to where you need to be no matter where you are in the park. I've never used one of those though. It's 15. Definitely not as windy over here. We're gonna have to get a good look from the occupied sites, from the sites that are next to them while we're in them. Just FYI. That's probably a good spot for a tent now, a little slanty though. Probably in here would be best. I'll give my thoughts on where a tent would go on occasion, some sites. Spider web there. And here we have an entry point towards this hub here where there's looks like 2 vault toilets in here. Some recycling and trash. We'll look at that when we come around the loop here. So that was 15. I'm not sure if this site is occupied or not. 16. This tent should be part of this site over here. Never know though. This one is very, very spacious. It's very pushed back, but you're sandwiched with your neighbors. Man, you're pushed back though here. You won't be pushed back enough though. You're gonna hear their sounds, you're gonna see their halogen lights, door slamming, everything. So it's high risk in my opinion. And if you're one of those pigs that has an RV and you hide in it while you have a generator running and you're next to tent campers, stop doing that. Alright, so that's site 16, not bad. We got 17 here. There's a little area pushed back there. That one's not too bad. But you're gonna have the lights of the vehicles coming in. That might be an issue. Here you got the vehicle, the sweeping lights coming around here. And we're honing in on 18, which is a very small, very quaint site. Yeah, I like it though. I like sites like this, little ones like this. a reasonable distance from the neighboring sites as well. Still don't know if I'd roll the dice on that one. 19 looks a little more promising. Still a little close to 20 though. But 19, I like the layout better. Yeah, I definitely like the layout better here on this one. Now, the problem is the vehicles coming in, shining their lights right in here. This brush will help when it grows in. And these aren't big campgrounds, so you won't see too much traffic. Still, it's very important to be aware of that. Be prepared for that. And your vehicle might be able to block it out, depending on the kind of vehicle you have parked right here. It might be able to block that out. So that's kind of a nice potential win right there. You get more evidence of dereliction. If you drink Gatorade, you're already poisoning your mind and your body, so I could see why someone who consumed that would just throw it here. That makes sense to me. It's unfortunate though that people do that. It's unfortunate people consume that product actually. Oh well. No, this site, I really like it a lot. Just right here. Here also, but it's definitely one of the on the high end of the list of ones I would go with if I were to commit to one of the sites at this campground here. So we're at 20, and we're kind of at a, they're moving the signs kind of in a weird area. They need to, I think signs should be right where the entrance is for the site, so it's no risk of confusion. I really like the look and layout of this one. Similarities to the previous one. Just the close neighbors is a big deal like usual. Probably put your tent here, seems the most ideal. This will grow in a little, but not enough. Not enough. Like last night I was camping, people, they showed up late. Right when I laid down. Right when I was about to fall asleep, someone showed up. Their vehicle lights were aimed right at my tent, just nice and bright. Because it was late, they couldn't see well, so they needed lights, and they're flashing lights everywhere, and they were talking to each other, and they're setting it up. And so if that happened here and you're camping at one of these sites, it's going to be pretty maddening. It's not their fault. I mean, that's why the site should already be spaced out for reasons like that. There's really no risk of headlights hitting you here for the most part. Sometimes you got the knucklehead though going backwards. I did that once. But there was a sign that made it deceptive, that made it seem like you would go that way. That's my excuse. Here it says one way right when you get in, if I remember right. You have to be a Gatorade customer to not catch that. Or a Busch Light consumer. I had to put one of them Busch Light empties in the trunk of my vehicle because the police need a warrant to open that up. But if I just put it in my back seat, they'd see it empty and I could get in trouble for it. It's probably been over half a decade, maybe more, since I last had alcohol. Wouldn't that be rich? Getting a DUI for having it empty that I picked up litter because some pig left it at a campsite. We got 22. So here is a very high risk of sweeping lights from vehicles. I wish they didn't have to put this site here. Maybe if they didn't have this site here, actually it would be better just to have that one over there. Kind of fun to talk about potential layouts. But you would have your vehicle parked here. Depending on your vehicle, if it's not tall enough. So far with the scout of these campsites at this park, none of them really stood out. I was like, there you go, that one for sure. I don't think that's going to happen here. 23. This is very spacious, very open. This tree used to be here. Both of them, man. Oh, 3 of 4 of them. This is way better with those here. This came off at some point also. I hate when that happens, when sites start losing their trees. Very spacious. Direct path straight ahead to the community vault toilets and garbage and trash, which that Gatorade consumer could have easily taken. That Gatorade consumer probably had a vehicle actually, and they could have just put it in the floor of their vehicle on the passenger side until they got to a gas station where they could have easily just put it in the trash right there. There's something wrong with so many people. I just don't get it. Oh, here we have it. I often refer to people as humps that annoy me, and here we have a hump. It's a different kind of a hump though. I got the sun showing a little there. It's kind of neat. The sun's doing a good job with the clouds of keeping a good dosage of sun. Not too much, not too little. Maybe a too little, just a little. Maybe. Hard to nitpick. I'm wearing a black hoodie though, so I'll get hot very quick in direct sunlight. So after we check out 24 here, we'll take a look at this hub here with the vault toilets. Pretty sure I hear a raven in the distance. Site 24. Very spacious. Not much risk of lights because this will fill in the warmer months. Pretty sure this campground isn't open all year, so I think they just opened up recently for the season 2026. All these campsites here actually, I think they're open May through like September or something like that. They're not open in the winter. It'd probably be really cold here in the winter. Lake of the Woods. You might even hit like -60, -80 Fahrenheit wind chill out right on the shoreline sometimes. Probably at least 3 days out of every year where that's the case. check for ticks periodically. That's 24 there. So this one ain't too bad. Just a little open for me. I don't like this big open space because I don't have a bunch of piggish vehicles I can make a wall with, like some people do. They'll make a wall with all their vehicles and they'll hide behind it. I hate when I see that when I'm scouting because I can't even get a glimpse of anything without looking like a creep or a pervert, because everything is just totally blocked off with like pig up 350s, 250s, F-150s, Super Duties, ultra heavy Eagle Pig utility. Some of them trucks get really piggish in their size. It's kind of weird. Alright, check out this one here. Yep, so wind is an issue at this park. I've never seen this before. So that's why I think a lot of the fire pits are deeper. Make sure you reserve a site. Emergency information. So this looks and smells good and is fully stocked. Not bad at all. We even got access to the fountain from over here. This little hub in here. Same deal. Very nice. Like somebody from the 1980s or early 1990s was kicking this at the bottom of their feet. Down there, okay. So that just goes to the fountain over there. And we got the entry point here. Looks like an entry point here from the other sites. Yeah, it looks like it is. It's a little narrow in there. So multiple access points. I like that design. But they kind of have a hub in here. There's no campsites in the middle of the loop. But it's heavily brushed and covered with a bush, essentially. So I like that. So everyone will have pretty easy access to the vault toilets, which also be relatively close to them where you can hear them as well. So the toilet seat slamming and the door slamming might be annoying at times. Alright, site 25. A little brushy back here. I'd probably put my tent somewhere closer in here, personally, instead of going back here. Another thing, if you go back here, you're really close to their social area over here at this site. Oh, it's irritating. I like that rock though a lot. I always like rocks usually. I guess it's a boulder. And these boulders are peppered throughout, like that mossy camel pattern. They usually do. There's a big one over there in the middle. That's site 25. I'm getting pretty good vibes at this park. It's kind of in the middle. Not super happy, not super sad, just kind of, it's not too bad, not too bad. You're gonna want to make sure you got shelter from the wind though. That's a big one because that could add up. That could lead to misery if you're not prepared for the wind. Site 26. bikes. And we got another path here to the fountain from over here, and the general hub as well, of course. So 27 is probably the one I'd feel safest with. That, and maybe the first one we saw, the sweeping of the vehicle lights. That's number 12 over there. So number 27. Though this is close to this site over here, you do not have any neighboring sites other than that, but you are close to this road, so that could be annoying as well. So that being said, I'm thinking maybe that one in the back that I said maybe this would be the top list of candidates. I might go with that one if I had to commit and pick a site here. I would check the reservation map though and make sure there's no one near me already reserving it, and hope to God the days leading up to it nobody reserves any sites near me. The evidence of dereliction. We also have evidence of Samaritanism, so that's pretty awesome. Hopefully the pig that left that was the Samaritan that left this to offset their piggishness. It's kind of like a wash. Interesting. Pretty close to that site. Okay. Yeah, I don't even think there's anyone in any of those sites that were that had stuff in them. 27. Alright, so that's the Birch Campground here at Zippel Bay State Park. Back to SOS only. So it's spotty around here. Just gonna make our way back to the main entry for this campground and continue on our way. I think we're doing pretty good for time. I think from an editing perspective, like a video as a whole, we might be like almost 2 hours, which isn't bad given the intro and the driving around. We actually checked out Zippel Bay right away, and my plan was to check that out in the end. It just made more sense rather than backtracking down that road. I don't want to go over dirt graded roads more than I need to anyways with my vehicle. If I had a Pig 150 or a pickup truck or any of the 150, 2, 350s, I'm sure there's a 1050, I wouldn't care. I know it might seem a little un-American, but I think I'm kind of shocked I don't see more people with Toyota trucks. I'm pretty sure those are extraordinarily reliable, which means they'd be theoretically cost less to maintain, like the Fords or the Chevys. I had one experience with a Chevy, but it was a Prism, but always just issue after issue, just crap. And there's another guy, Kenny of all trades, I don't really want to mention too much because he kind of sold out after he hit 100K and just started selling his butt for ads, which is really sad, but good for him. I think he had, I can't even remember for sure. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a Toyota because I remember thinking about it. And he always seemed like he was fixing stuff on it, and sure he used it a lot, but I mean, it just seemed a little ridiculous how much he had to nurse and burp it. And like the fuel, I think he was using diesel in the winter, it would like gum up in the cold months, which I guess is common. Maybe all trucks use diesel anyways, I don't even know. Maybe that's just an issue with diesel there were other issues he encountered with it as well. I don't know, they're just too big and too expensive to have that many issues, in my opinion. Okay, so we're back at the entry point. That was a scout of the Birch Campground, sites 12 through 27 here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota. Right off of Lake of the Woods, which you can access from the state park. Yes, you can. And it is an awesome lake. And we are in Lake of the Woods County as well. So continuing on. So this is that road we came in on. I'm already forgetting. Oh, we came in on this road over here. We turned. So when we leave, when we're done with this foot scout and we're leaving and we're coming down this road in the vehicle, we're gonna head this way. And we're gonna go straight down this road because we wouldn't have seen it yet at this stage of the scout. And we did see Zippel Bay. So that after we come out there, I'm thinking we're gonna go straight down that one road that we turned off on earlier and go all the way up and just see what that parking area looks like as well. And then we'll head out. Why not? There is a horse parking area just south of 34 there. So we're gonna head to the next campground. Hoping I can identify a seagull before I leave here. Just heard another one again. So next we are making our way to the Ridge Campground. And this is going to be the third of the 4 campgrounds that are here, not counting the group camp. The Ridge should have 14 sites. So 2 less than the previous and 3 more than the first one. And the final, well, the group camp is just 1, but the final Anglers Campground, that has 16, just like the campground we just looked at, Birch. 16 sites. So they are tied for first place of having the most sites. But the Ridge one that we're headed for is in second place for having the most sites within it. Now this one we're going to be forced to do some backtracking because you actually have to go around it. The road goes past. So just for the sake of practicality, we're going to continue this way. Check out the ones I said let's not worry about those now in the vehicle. We just continue and went this way instead of going around again. So here we go. They kind of work this loop in with the main road. And there may not be anybody in these sites as well, like the ladies slipper campground. There's no official sign here at this entry point, but this is a scout of the Ridge Campground here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, Lake of the Woods County. Right at the northern part of the state, north central part of the state, just south of Canada. We're going to start with site 28 here and just work our way around the loop. I really like the ferry fort of the Birch here in the middle. Nice and open here. An okay distance from the neighbor, but still too close, as expected. right near the trash, so there might be people stopping to throw their stuff in there. You might hear clanking of bottles and cans and stuff. Huh, I wonder why they put rocks in there. It doesn't make any sense to me. So, they're pretty deep. Ooh. Wow, pretty heavy too. Ooh. Oh, this one, it actually napped. It flint napped when I threw it. Interesting. Turn it up here. Oh, it might have been off here actually, I'm not sure. I don't do a lot of flint napping. Yep, it was off of here. It's not very strong rock right there though. It's good to take care of our rocks, not burn them when we don't have to. They may have done that to rise the wood up higher, but I didn't see any fire or burn marks on those rocks, so I think they just threw them in. Someone just threw them in there. It's really weird. I don't understand 80% of all people. They just seem so incredibly stupid. It's really weird. That's like 28. If you got rid of cigarettes or nicotine, essentially, alcohol and corn syrup from allowing humans to consume them, or from them existing at all, I think society would really clean up its act a lot, a whole lot, in many ways. It's like 29. I love it when I think I see trash, but it's just birch. It's really cool. It's like seeing pine needles instead of drug needles. It's really cool. Wow. Here it actually wouldn't be a sin, a criminal offense, to just actually collect some of this birch if you really needed it to start your fire. It's in abundance here. So that's kind of neat. You got a lower fire pit here, so I like this kind of fire pit a lot. Too bad the rocks weren't in that one. I almost cut myself on them rocks. Sharp edges to them. So here we got a really reasonable distance to the next site. Too close to that site. Pretty spacious. $29. It's a pretty nice day. It's a little crisp, a little chilly, but for what I'm doing, it's perfect environment here. It's about 41 degrees Fahrenheit. That was a while since that updated, so it's probably almost 45. But with the wind, it probably putting it down to 41 anyways. 30. So this is an interesting layout here with the, you could probably bring the vehicle in here, or here. This little mound is pretty interesting. The fire pit placement as well, I like that. You have this unique pushback area. It's got a really interesting vibe to it. too close to this site, and that site's too close to that site. Even if this site wasn't here, that would still be a little close to that site over there from here. I like how somebody used this, but then somebody threw it back in the surrounding area. That's nice of them. I do that too when there's burnt wood. Make sure it's not still hot, of course, and throw it back in the surrounding area. That's a deeper fire pit. You got kind of two pulling options here, really. Two different angles. I'd probably go with this angle myself because I'd want to be able to just beeline it if I had to this way. Or I guess you could beeline it that way and still connect up with that road over there if you had to beeline it. Sometimes you can be just so irritated with the people you're around when you're camping, you just can't wait to leave. So that'd be a good beelining opportunity example. There's a vault toilet access here from this point here. Looks like another hub, kind of in the middle. 31. Wow, it's not only is it close to that one over there, it's close to this really close one over here. That's not good. Close to this one. So they should have nicked both of these right here, in my opinion. Wow, then surprise, surprise. So they ask you for a lighter over here, and then when you go over here to just think for yourself for a moment, he'll ask you if you got an extra serpentine belt. Well, that's not good. That's probably more of a state forest thing than it is a state park thing, though. I'm sure I'll find out. $31. Which is just sandwiched in here. I can already tell I like it better. Some people like open sites like this one over here, and that does look really nice, but I like more coverage myself. Yeah, too close. $32. And then 33. It's kind of in the middle of the road here. My car's coming from here. Probably not coming from there, I would assume. Definitely both ways on this one. It's nice and open. Some people really like the open sites. Relatively flat also. So this might be a good like camper or RV one, maybe. I think these are anthills, but I'm not sure. They look like they have bigger holes than the ones I'm normally seen, so I don't know if those are ants or bigger ants. What kind? This is, you could, wow, 1, 2, 3. You can just see all three of them right here. had to clear my throat. So just imagine you're just relaxing. You got all this potential for halogen lights and conversations and noise and wood chopping and steak pounding. So it's just, yeah, it's a little crowded. There's nobody here right now though. But you'd be shocked how often you'd have your own little spot in a campground that's totally empty, and then someone just right across from you or right next to you, it's just you two happy, cozy together in this huge campground that's open everywhere else. It's crazy how much that happens. Sometimes I think people, they're just jaded because you picked the spot that they would have picked, so they're just like, well, I'm gonna go right next to them then. It kind of seems like that's the case sometimes. It kind of felt like that's what happened to me last night, though it didn't get too crazy. 33. Alright, now we're going to loop around here. Oh, we're still going in numerical order. That's pretty cool. I was worried that wouldn't be the case. Yeah, we might as well check out this vault toilet first. I got like a 5.5 hour drive home after this. Not bad at all. So it's the same standard with all the ones that we've seen so far. This is a really thick door though. I've never seen a thick door like this. That is crazy thick. Wow. Maybe it's giving this some kind of like shelter properties. Like they've reinforced it, so it's like it serves as more of a shelter structure in bad weather scenarios. I guess that's possible. Yeah, not bad. And the drinking water's down here. Another fountain down there, yep. I like this. You got these hubs in the middle with no campsites there, and then that's where they got all the facility stuff. Yeah, I'm a fan of that, that's for sure. I usually don't like campsites that are in the middle of a loop anyways. I usually try to shy away. I like to go along the edges. Just the potential energies of annoyances are reduced. 34. Might be getting a little more windy around over here in this area. Less cover, obviously, is probably why. This ain't too bad. Put a tent here when you get the vehicles driving by, but it might not be too bad of a thing. You got a lot of brush here. You just kind of hear them. Sometimes it's kind of relaxing to hear a vehicle going slowly over a dirt road. It's kind of relaxing. Very open, so I wouldn't be a fan of this one, just for the openness mainly. And this one shares a similar quality. It's right next to this one. I wonder what this is all about. It's too bad these trees aren't here no more. That would have been really interesting. Pulling though is a little rough, ain't it? Wow. Yeah, so take note of that. You got a bigger vehicle, and this might be a little risque trying to pull in. If you got like a piggish vehicle with a piggish RV, really big, and you just need everything in the world when you go out camping, might got some trouble here at the roots, some rocks there, tree stumps. So, if you do bring that much gear and you have a hard time with it, I laugh at you actually. So, sorry. That can be annoying when you're camping and someone pulls up with a bunch of gear and like the wife gets out and she's directing the husband and all right, a little to the left, a little to the right, and it's just like, oh my god, it's so irritating. 35. It's an okay distance from the next one. Too close to this one though. I always look at sites that are kind of really close to each other. There's potential like group camp scenarios where you might have a group of people and you just reserve the sites next to each other. It's got a really nice layout. Surrounded pretty well from the neighbors. Got some shade here. In the ecliptic, sun will go over here, so it'd probably be enough shade. Unless you're tenting over here, then you're gonna have probably at least 8 hours of hard sunlight if you don't have a cloudy day or you don't have any clouds or any chemtrails or anything like that. Some kind of a relative trail in here, it looks like. This ain't too bad though. Nice and spacious. I like how this is in the middle here, this birch fairy fort or birch. Really cool. That's 36. $37. Like this one's kind of on a mound. I like that. It's not too deep either. Got another cement thing going here. Maybe they had cement fire pits at one time in the ground here. Your birds or chipmunks in the leaves. Yeah, it looks like birds. Wow. This is probably pretty good. Should probably try that. If I see that in the store, should probably try that, whatever that is. That could have blew in from anywhere, so I'm not gonna persecute the previous tenant at this site for that. Yeah, 37. And we'll finish up these sites here, and then we'll check out this last vault toilet over here. I like that how they have a vault toilet on each end rather than clumped together in the middle. That's really nice, convenient. $38. Or tray 8. This one you kind of go down a little bit here, and a mini meadow. Look close to here. There's not much covering anything. Oh, that's annoying. And a vehicle, light shine. I didn't call that out on the previous two, but that might be an issue in the previous two as well. Might not be too bad. That brush might fill in enough, but the heads of your neighbors camping at the picnic table might block out the light, that bright halogen lights from the F-150s coming in. It's possible. Oh, we got some cordage action here. This side ain't too bad. It goes down in here. It's interesting. There's nothing back here. That's cool. So this is how the beat. Huh. I don't know what this is. Is it a trucker's hitch or what it is? Hopefully I'm not acquiring ticks while I'm doing this. This is a unique type of cord. I don't know what this is called. It has like a plastic feel to it, and it self-locks pretty good as well. It's pretty good self-locking. So I'm not gonna waste any time. I'm gonna use a Gerber EAB light. I'm just gonna free this tree of the stupidity of the previous numbskull that probably drinks too much Gatorade. Look at some burnt firewood over here. This might actually be okay to go back in the fire pit there. Dang it. Just had to miss, didn't I? There's another cord over here. Oh, it is. Look, oh, look how clever they were. They tied it a little bit to that. Oh, that was smart. That's skill right there. I think we're clear. I wonder what they did there. Is that where they hung up their food, or? Okay. Wow. So I can't put this in a hank because it's a hot mess. There you go. We'll just I don't know what these are called. I better not save them because I'll just have them forever and I'll never use them. But I'll just hold on to this until I get to the trash. Luckily there's trash here. 38. Oh. Something freeing about freeing trees from cordage that people left. Really like doing it. It just has a rewarding feeling to it. 39. Kind of like when you know how the socks at the top part of your leg over your shin the elastic will press in on the skin. You take the sock off and it's just like, you can breathe again, the leg. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. I was guilty of doing something kind of like that at Hayes Lake State Park. Don't tell nobody. That's kind of close to here actually, Hayes Lake State Park. I have a scout of that campground, every site there, and I really like that state park a lot. Really a very reasonable amount of very practical camp spots there as well. I do plan on going back to there one day, one of the walk-in sites if the fates allow, which they might not. That's okay. Pretty close to over there. And then you got the lights, the sweeping lights with the turn. That's going to be a little annoying. And another thing about the lights here is this road will have more traffic than the previous two campgrounds because this is a road that connects to the other roads, to the other campgrounds. Cleared the throat a little there. That's better. $39. So here we have a nightmare scenario where 40 and 41 are pretty much on top of each other. As you can see at the picnic tables. Here's 40. And you got the sweeping of the lights. And again, this road will connect to the two other campgrounds and the Lake of the Woods parking. So you will probably have a reasonable amount of traffic. And I found that recently, even in the daytime, halogen lights on cars seem to be on, even in the daytime. So that's a new thing. It's probably just automatic. It's really unfortunate because they can be brighter than the sun in the rearview mirror. That's pretty annoying. As long as we're all blind and the world is a better place, I guess that's all that matters in the environment. Pretty close to here also. Widowmakers, you'd probably wish you had a widowmaker if you were here surrounded by people. Someone probably moved this picnic table over here a little closer to this site. Alright. I don't think we saved the best for last on this one. These ones I'm not too proud of these ones. Sweeping lights be terrifyingly annoying. Okay, and that's 41. That should be all of them here. Just for good measure, I'm just going to check. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. Alright, so those are all the sites here. That's two campgrounds. We got to actually walk inside of every single site. Doing a little better than I thought. There's only two sites. We weren't able to physically walk inside and look around. But we still got a pretty good look at them anyways. We're doing pretty good. So far we're doing better than I was thinking we would based on the reservations I saw. So this doesn't connect to a hub in the middle here. There are courtesy paths all around. Take a look. Courtesy garbage. I was hoping that was the case. We got a thick door on this one also. Oh, there we go. Place for everything and everything in its place. Amen. Smells good, nice and stocked. I like the hook up there. This one's got the courtesy handrails on it too. Nice. Spring keeps the door closed. Ideally, but you can tell it's a little loud. Shouldn't matter too much though over here. Are there any paths that connect here? I can't recall for sure. We'll just go back this way. We'll go through here. Just kind of meandering our way through here to the beginning of this loop slash road. There's the fountain. Kind of neat little mini hiking trail in here. It's very squeaky. Okay, insanely loud and very squeaky. So you will hear that all over the campground more than likely. I would say the same is true for all those water fountains, so I am jumping to a conclusion because we didn't end user test them all. It seems that's usually the case though with those pump action water fountains. Oh yeah, here we are. Just broke on through the other side. Over here, it's another courtesy trail. Check for ticks. Looks good. If there's an official sign for this campground up here. But yeah, that was a scout of the Ridge campground here. Zippel Bay State Park. It's the third of 4 campgrounds we're going to be scouting, not counting the group camp, which is coming up next. We're very close to it, the group camp. So we're going to check that out. We already kind of seen it really good enough with the vehicle. But we'll walk around and look at it from the other side, unless it's occupied. I don't think it will be though, it wasn't reserved. Things can change though. Yeah, so another fun fact about this area is we are right by Beltrami Island State Forest. That's actually appearing closer on my maps list than Zippel Bay, even though I'm in Zippel Bay. The Beltrami Island State Forest has, I'm pretty sure, 3 campgrounds. The Blueberry Hill Campground, the Font Campground, and the Bemis Hill Campground. So actually, when I choose a site here to camp at, and I camp here, the plan is the next day is to do a scout of all 3 of those campgrounds in the Beltrami Island State Forest. And if all goes well, according to the hopeful plan ahead, it should occur sometime in June of 2026. We'll see what happens. And I've emphasized that a lot of those sites, or a reasonable amount of them, will have people in them when I go there around that time of the year. So I'm not going to be able to go inside and look at each one of them like I like to do. But we're still going to get a really good idea, hopefully, what they look like. Sometimes there's walk-in sites that are occupied that I can't really get a good look at from far away without literally invading their site. That happened at the Button Box Lake Campground, and that really bothered me because I wanted to see those the most out of all the sites there. If ever I'm in that area, I might pop in there and see if I can check those out. That was really annoying. So sometimes that'll happen, but oftentimes, and there's another one at Zippel Bay where there's a camp. One of the campsites there is probably the best one there. I wasn't able to get in because it was occupied, and I wasn't able to see it really well from the parking area either. That bothered me. And there's another one at Cheongwatana State Forest at a similar scenario. So real quick here, we have a trail point right here. And I called this out earlier when we were driving through here. This might be a cool little partial trail to take if you're hiking the group camp, or maybe the ridge. Just gotta check that out real quick. It might be a kind of an interesting night hike down this trail here. But we'll leave that a mystery. Sometimes it's good to have like a short and sweet night hike that isn't too creepy. I did a night hike once I did a couple of them, but I did one at Big Stone Lake State Park specifically. I saw deer eye shine in the distance, and it was so creepy, the deer eye shine. Oh, it's so creepy to see it. All right. So this is a scout of the group campground, also known as G1, at Zippel Bay State Park here in Williams, Minnesota, which is in Lake of the Woods County, which is right south of Lake of the Woods. Group campground. As you can see, it's very open. There is no shade whatsoever, and parking is a reasonable space given the size of the group camp here. Which is a reasonable size group camp. It might be a little bit on the small end, but not much. It's pretty reasonable for a group camp. I have two fire pits that I can see here. None of the really, sometimes they'll have a really big group camp fire pit. They have two regular ones here, which sometimes that's the case. Looks like they also have some kind of unofficial rock fire pit structure thing here. Maybe people sacrifice things here. I don't know, it's kind of weird, I've never seen that. It looks cool. The rock structure looked really cool from the parking area specifically. Ideal place for a camp, for a tent. You get this fence here. I'm not sure the main purpose of this fence, but it's probably to protect precious resources or sensitive resources. It might also be to keep animals at bay. The former is more likely though than the latter, in my opinion. I could say that in such a highfalutin way. Whenever I say what I just said, like the former and the latter, it's like I just crossed my legs and took a sip of coffee. And if you don't mind open spaces, if you got like a lot of like tent structures that you can stand in with a cover, yeah, this ain't bad at all. But the thing is, you gotta watch out for the wind here. The wind is a big deal. Make sure you got a guy lined out. Same theme. Smells good, looks good, fully stocked. That's not too bad. I still haven't really seen a group camp that really beat the one at Savannah Portage State Park in McGregor, Minnesota yet. And ironically, I have a camp there next week. Backpack site K as in kilo. Alright, so this was a scout of the group campground here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, in Lake of the Woods County. And it's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. You might want to make sure you got structures with a cover, and make sure they're guyed out from the wind blowing them away. There's no shade here. The vault toilet is very close, and there's no creepy walk to get to it or nothing. Oh, I like it. Alright, if you're one out of 10,000 people that are still with me, thank you for being here. I really appreciate your time. I really hope this is helping you out in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And though that may have sounded facetious, it wasn't. So we're going to continue down this road we came in on, and when we get to the intersection up here, we're going to go left, right, or straight. We're going to go straight, and that's to this trail. And this trail's about a half mile. It's going to take us kind of like a shortcut on foot to get to the Anglers campground. And that's going to be the final campground we're going to scout here today at Zippel Bay State Park. It's my first time being at this state park. And there's only one more state park I haven't been at. Well, it's kind of a big deal for me. Fan of road hiking, but that's what we're gonna have to do here for a little bit. The last weekend I did a scout. 1 week ago today, at this very moment, I was scouting the Crooked Creek Camp backpack / hiking site at St. Croix State Park. That's one of only 2 backpack sites they have at that state park, which is the largest state park in Minnesota. It's in Hinckley, Minnesota, in Pine County. And that was from the parking area to hike there, to check it out and hike back. It's a little over 13 miles, I think. So it's pretty serious as far as backpack sites go at Minnesota state parks. Probably definitely on the one of the furthest ones you'd have to hike in and out to. And then 2 weeks before that, I did a scout of the Bear Creek Camp backpack / hiking site at St. Croix State Park. And that's in the western part of the park, where the Crooked Creek is more in the eastern part of the park. And in retrospect, I would recommend the Bear Creek in the western part. Both of them I weren't super big fans of. I wasn't. Crooked Creek in particular, that's probably one of the lamest backpack sites I've ever seen. Not to knock it. I mean, it has its own unique contributions, but it's nowhere near the creek. And when I took this really sketchy trail to hike down to see Crooked Creek from there, it was like really grown in, and I came out with ticks. And even when you get down to the creek, there's really not an area where you can kind of enjoy the creek. You're just kind of surrounded by bush and thorns. was pretty brutal. Oh yeah, but that video, it should be out right now. You'll be able to see that. That's unfortunate that dog had to bark at me. If I could download the way I felt when I heard that dog bark, he'd be like, ooh, that stung a little. Ooh, I didn't know he felt like that when he heard a dog bark. He'd probably be absolutely shocked at what I feel when I hear dogs barking. Those are either crows or ravens. Doesn't want to pick it up. The wind might be masking the audio. You know, in retrospect, when I'm editing and going back just a few minutes, I probably did edit out the sound of that dog barking. That's how much I hate it. But trust me, that dog did bark at me in that guy's vehicle. And I think less of him as a result of that, actually. I actually regret tilting my head to him and saying hi, actually. Dogs bark way more than they should. That's just the way it is. I've encountered many dogs that are not rude at all and don't bark, so they're out there. Fortunately, they're very rare. Alright, so when we came in, this is where I said, oh, this is where the group camp is, but there's more stuff down there. It's not just the group camp. So take note of that if you're headed to any of those 3 campgrounds over there. I think there should be a more descriptive sign here that says these campgrounds as well, calls them out, and also the parking as well, in my opinion. So when we finish up later, we're gonna go down that road over there. We'll probably come back up here and then check out what's down here and then head out. That's what I was talking about earlier. But as for now, we're gonna hop on this hiking trail, which is kind of a shortcut, an interesting way for us to meander back to the Anglers Campground instead of going down this boring road and this boring road on foot. Go right through this awesome little trail. And we'll check out the last of the campsites here that you can reserve at this state park. Oh, additionally, last weekend, before I scouted that St. Croix Crooked Creek camp, the day prior, I actually scouted the 4 backpack sites at J. Cook State Park in Carlton, Minnesota, in Carlton County. It's kind of near the Black Bear Casino. And it's right on the St. Louis River. And all 4 of those sites are amazing. I would recommend all 4 of those sites. I recommend you check out that scout. And I'll even kind of tell you which ones I prefer. And on the way back, we got lucky that we got to go in there and see them before they were occupied by people, because they were all reserved allegedly. But on the way back, I predicted we were probably going to pass by at least 2 of them, and we did. And I guessed one of the sites right, and the other one I didn't, who we passed, where they were headed. But the second guy that I passed, he was headed for the one that I just absolutely loved. It's one of the best backpack sites I've ever encountered, period. And I told him that. He's like, oh, that's what I heard. Heard it was one of the best. He had like a really nice camera around his neck and a huge rucksack, like his legendary beard. He's just ready to go for it. He probably had an awesome night. The other two were, it seemed like they were probably a couple, and they were headed towards another site, which is the furthest out. And when I was there, I kind of had a sad, ominous vibe there. However, later that night, we had like a super flower moon or something, and that was probably, without a doubt, the best site in the entire state park to observe that moon. So that guy like totally crushed it. I remember I was in my tent, and that moon was just so bright through the trees, hitting my tent, and I was like, man, that guy has the perfect site to view that moon. I couldn't really see it because I was under trees. That's when not having an open site is kind of lame. But even still, the moon was so bright, it would have been hard to sleep if I didn't have any cover. I also have earlier the year, the first scout I did this year was Cipher-Tu State Park, the 4 backpack sites there, and those are awesome as well. And that's actually one of my favorite state parks. And that hasn't been published yet, but it's ready to publish. I scheduled it for May 20th, so it's this month on the 20th from the date of this body cam. By the time this video's out, if I'm able to finish it and get it out there, if life allows me, it'll probably be like 4 months later. June, July, August. So it might be September, maybe August before this is out. So this park, unfortunately, you won't be able to reserve anything at that time. So this scout isn't going to help anybody in 2026, which is kind of lame, but it's not practical for me. I just can't collect the footage and edit it and balance the other things I have to do. But it would be nice if I could collect footage and launch it like the next day, so it's nice and fresh. It's just not practical for me. So it is what it is. Still, I put it out there, and good reference. It'd be a really good reference for years, for the most part. Although some parks change pretty quickly in a short period of time with trees. That happened a little with Rice Lake State Park in Owatonna, Minnesota. Yeah, it looks like Cipher-Tu Lake State Park might have got hit a little with some tree loss. The Stinkleberry farmer did a camp and a hike there, and it looks like there's a little bit of devastation there, but it didn't look super gutted based on what I saw from the angles he provided. But it looks like it did take a hit, but not like Rice Lake. That took a big one like 2 years ago. The campground took a massive hit of tree loss. This trail right here actually has kind of like a Cipher-Tu State Park vibe to it. And that park is just under Lake Mille Lacs. You can't access it, but it's just under Mille Lacs. It's about a half mile from the actual lake. But it's positioned in roughly the same position under that lake as this park is positioned under Lake of the Woods. Kind of like southern part, maybe slightly east or west. I downloaded that Garden Island map on my Avenza app last night on my other phone, my redundancy phone, but I don't have it on this one. I just never did because I was like, I'll never go there, so what difference does it make? But today it makes sense to have it because I can see if I actually appear on that map from where I'm at, and we can at least kind of from where we are kind of see where it is. Garden Island. So you can't camp there. And the only way to get there is like on a boat. So I doubt I'll ever go there. It's very unlikely in my opinion. If I did go though, it probably wouldn't be alone. I'd probably have to go in some kind of group or something really cheesy, and I wouldn't even want to do that, you know. So maybe I would want to do it in the future, you know. Maybe that'll change. So I don't think I'm as likely to pick up ticks on this trail, though it's very, very possible. But if I were to meander through here, this kind of brush, that's where you're usually picking up your ticks, at least in my experience. Like you're almost guaranteed. I still got SOS only here. But we are almost at the Anglers Campground here. And my position still tracks on the Avenza Maps app, no matter if I have signal or not. But we are almost there. And there are a lot more sites there occupied than there were at the other spots that we were at. So based on what we saw in the pre-scout though, or what I saw from the vehicle, the angles you couldn't see, is we're gonna get a really good look at them just walking by them and kind of seeing them up close. Kind of looking forward to seeing that mushroom tent. See how far we are from mileage at this point. About 3.9 miles so far. And the planned hike was about 4.17 miles. So we're going to be walking a little further than what I planned. I'm thinking it might be about 7 miles, maybe just under 7 miles by the time we get back. The planning though, it doesn't involve me going in and out and walking around each site. That's where the added time comes from. Alright, here we are. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, we came from here, we drove in here. Well, initially we came from here, we went and checked out Zippel Bay, we came back, went over here, clicked the trail, might pick up over here as well, and go down towards Zippel Bay like I called out earlier. Yep, that's that trail that starts off over here. Take you to Zippel Bay on foot. We'll leave that a mystery. I'm probably going to be a little quieter on this one, just as a courtesy to the campers here. My guess is this might be the more popular of the campgrounds, because even when I was looking at it on the map, I was kind of like, this one kind of jumped out to me, like, oh, this might be more, it's kind of further away from everything, might be more private, but a lot of these sites are right near each other. Well, I guess the sign for it is over here. I want to start with the sign, looking at the sign, make it official, if I can. An extra 0.05 mile right there. Here we go. Alright, this is a scout of the Anglers Campground, sites 42 through 57 here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota. In Lake of the Woods County, right on Lake of the Woods, just south of it. You can access the lake from the state park. And Zippel Bay of Lake of the Woods is just up that way. Alright, 42. Dan Shep 42. So there's a lot of pines in here. Kind of like a central northern Minnesota vibe here, which is where we are. But more center, lower south, I mean. Really close. I think all these are kind of really close no matter what. I don't know if you can drive in. Okay, here's the pull-in right here. Okay. Yeah, but the signs for it's over there. It's weird, you know. You figure they put the sign for it right here. That's where the pull-in is. Oh yeah, the sign's over there. I'm not going to walk back to show it. There's an end. And then this one's right next to it. Nothing across here yet except for over there. Pull into here, a little bit of root action here. Vehicles are going to be coming from this direction, so the light shine isn't probably going to be a big deal here, or over here. They're just going to be going straight across. That should hold true all the way down until we get further up, where the oncoming lights will be more of an issue for the sites further down. You know, the deep pits here. kind of like a Larson Lake campground vibe here, a little bit. I got a State Forest Campground Scout playlist, and that's going to be on that. 44. Probably a good spot for a tent right here. That mushroom tent is cool, man. That's a very deep one. I might not look in the fire pits every time, so don't get mad about that. Sorry. How weird how the sign for 45 is pushed back that far. Alright. Yeah, I like these picnic tables though. I kind of wish these were the standard, actually, all over. I guess it doesn't matter too much for me. But I do like that, the option to be able to stand real close right over here. And not just always being able to go right here. Just here, you can stand close on this side, you know, that side as well, without leaning over. But this might be an accessible site, so the pole-in is right in here. That being said, I'm gonna get this out of the way, just in case. There we go. And I don't have to worry about it. Someone pulls in here soon. The vault toilet's right here. So that's another symptom of an accessible site. Very close to the vault toilets. So this is probably an accessible site. Even though I don't see any accessible signage. I think there was an accessible site I saw recently where there was like a widowmaker right above. It was possibly a threat. That was a little crazy. Can't remember where that was. $45. We got a little bit of a courtesy room here. That's nice. That should be the distance between campsites. Everywhere. Every site. Now you know. That's the standard. And even then, you'd be pushing it. This should connect up with the other side down here. Oh, accessible. Ooh, that bad squeak. Very bad. Not bad. Standard like the rest. But it gets a demerit for that squeak. It's a reciprocal squeak too, so when you open and when you shut it. Let's go check this other vault toilet out real quick. Same standard, looks and smells great, fully stocked. This is the noisemaker on this one. And I will assume all the toilet lids slam. I'm not going to test them. That's usually the case, 90. 1 out of 30 maybe don't. The ones at Franz Hebne last night, they actually were so tight you could just slowly push them down. They don't slam. Those are very rare. Alright, so I might as well get some literature here. I'm never a big fan of editing the literature, but it's informative. So the wildlife at Zippel Bay. So I'm gonna go superficial on this. We'll get the fisher. It actually eats red squirrels. Wow. Nocturnal flying squirrel. I haven't seen one of those yet. Oh my god, I gotta see one of those. Raccoon, ooh, skunks. I haven't encountered a skunk yet, but I did encounter a porcupine on the Bear Creek Camp Scout at St. Croix State Park. I'll put this one in here too. Why not? There we go. Alright, let's resume. Oh, it's a nice sun coming out there. kind of close to the road over here. Sweeping lights potential. A lot of fisher days going to the Zippel Bay. So there might be high traffic with that turn over there. They're turning this way. And then the sounds of them driving past, and then the dirt, the dust from the dirt road as well. All potential not good things. It's very deep. Do a profile past this one. You can probably have a light shine coming in here. Yeah, I like the layout for this one, the way it looks. A little close over here. Nothing back here. A little close to over there. So the vehicle, there's no concrete block where you would stop the vehicle, but I think it's intended to go back here, and then the tent may be somewhere over there. The light shine from the vehicles coming this way, sweeping. Sweeping this way, or in here maybe. I'll be aware of that. Still pretty close to the vault toilets. Pretty much every site here is not too far from the vault toilets. The ones on this end of the campground are pretty close. That's 48. Yeah, 49. It looks pretty isolated over here. Sweeping of the car lights. Right, 50. Sweeping of the car lights. It's pretty open here as well. The best spot for a tent pad, I don't know. Maybe in here. For a tent, I mean, not a tent pad. Probably here, but then the sweeping of the car lights. If you have your vehicle here blocking it, though, it won't be so bad. Okay, that's 50. Feels like the wind is picking up a little over here. I do have a little bit of a cell signal now here. It's trying to update, it looks like. There, it did update, so we got a little cell signal here. Not a lot. We're at 43 degrees. There's a freeze warning until 7:45 p.m. Huh, interesting. Okay. Let's see if I can get that Garden Island map here. Search, store, MNDNR. Garden. That should be enough. It might take a second here. Alright, so this is site 51 here. This goes more so alongside the roads. You kind of profile them with all the vehicles here. Pretty close to this site. Not too bad distance from the other site we were just at. A lot of stuff going on back here. I don't know what all this stuff back here is. Looks like a lot of fuel though for a fire. That's what that looks like. Looks like a keep out sign down there or something like that. So, I don't know what's going on over here. We'll look at the map. Yeah, this might be private property in here. Something, I'm not sure what it is. There's the warden again, straight ahead. He might get interested in me. He might want to talk to me. It's pretty deep. Still some wood in there. I'm just doing his job. 51. So we got a guy with a boat coming in behind us. Hopefully he's not going to occupy a site before we get to it. Coming up on my 6. Alright, so this is site 52. You park over here. You got a potential camp area here, or a tent area here. Getting a little fatigued mentally. Tent area here. It's probably the most ideal, but it's the closest over here and the road. So me personally, I'd probably try to set up my tent over here, right in here. But then you don't have any shade, so you get the sound of this wood rubbing against this wood over here. Which I'm assuming that'll be true for a while from this date and time. Sometimes that's relaxing, sometimes it's not. Yeah, the body cam was positioned right at that ranger's face. I wasn't looking at him though, so it's gonna be interesting to see the footage on that. It's always interesting to see people's facial expressions sometimes. 52. Yeah, so that knucklehead that just came in, he's actually doing that annoying thing I told you about where people would direct people into the site, so he beat us to that site, so that bothers me. He weaseled in there before we got there. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, that was already an occupied site. He's just bringing the boat back. Alright, so this is 53 here. They're probably out getting sturgeon, or trying to. The ranger just made his way back around, so he might be getting interested in me. I like the layout of this site though. Yeah, this one ain't that bad. This one ain't bad. I really like the green blotches and the white blotches, and then the yellow blotches. Patterns on the rocks, really cool. Yeah, this site ain't too bad. Oh, it's a reasonable distance from over here. Reasonable shade. Pull in right here. You can tent there, you can tent there. All near the table and the fire pit. Yeah. This might be my favorite one here. A little close to this site over here, but I don't know. A little more of a walk to the vault toilets, which is still not too bad. Okay, so maybe 53, maybe. I'm gonna have to pick one, so not sure yet. I'll probably have to replay the footage before I actually edit the video. This is one of the coolest looking ones though, right here. I go to where the entry point is, where the sign is. So that guy's at 55, so we're going to have to kind of look at that when we're here and we're walking past it. The one neighboring to it, I think, is occupied as well. Yeah, those ones are already set up anyways. 54. Ooh, I really like 54. The problem with 54 is it's really big for like a person with a boat, and I'd feel like a pig if I was here with just my little vehicle, just taking up all this space. This is a really cool one. Oh, the lights. That's not good. Right where the table is, right where the fire is. Your vehicle's over here, so you can't use your vehicle to block the lights. I really like the look of it though. And that's still a reasonable distance over there. Well, it's not an award-winning site over there, but it fits a lot of criteria for me. Well, it's not bad. This one has a better feel and a better look to it though. But them lights, it's probably the deal breaker. That would be really annoying. And then I got a feeling these sites over here are popular on this end. Just kind of getting that vibe from it. Alright, we're going to profile past these other sites here once we wrap this one up. This is site 54 right here. 54. Profile past 55. I think it's a Lavu. That's 55. And then 56. This has got the mushroom. That's a cool tent, man. 56. This one's, it's got one of them side pulling ones here. Yeah, that's a cool tent, man. Pulling bag. You wouldn't really have to worry about the lights coming in here, really, except for that turn right there. That turn that would hit them. They probably got their boat blocking that though. Here we got recyclables, and then water this way. And yep, there's that fountain down there. I like the feel of the trees over here. Kind of more windy or more desolate over there with that other private property. But yeah. 57 here. Pulling. It's right here on this one actually. That's interesting. It's got a cool rock too. Alright. So there it is. There you have it. This was a scout of the Anglers Campground here at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota. That's in Lake of the Woods County. This is their they got 4 campgrounds here and 1 group camp. This is the 4th one we scouted on foot. Alright, so we're just gonna make our way back, hike back the way that we came in on that trail. And we're gonna go to the vehicle where we had it parked. Hopefully it's still there and not ticketed or vandalized. And we're gonna do a final drive through those little areas I told you about in the vehicle, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Do a little retrospective action on the way back. Alright, so for this scout, this is one of them ones where nothing at all jumped out at me. And there was kind of a lot of options here, but you have the classic issue where the close quarters with the neighbors, which is really the big one. At least for me personally, because neighbors are a really big deal for me when I'm camping, because I use a tent and I can hear everything very, very, very well. So because I want to reserve a site here as soon as possible, because I want to. I'm all booked in May, but I need to try to get a site booked in June of this month. It's kind of my goal right now. And then I'll camp here, and the next morning do a scout of the Beltrami Island State Forest campgrounds. It's kind of on my radar for achievements for this year. So I need to analyze this footage, even though technically I'm not editing it or anything like that, because I still have a backlog, and I'm not going to go out of sequence. I'd just rather not do that. I did that once, and or maybe I did that more than once, but I'd rather not do that. So I'm going to start analyzing the footage and just see if I can really make up my mind. I'll probably narrow it down to like 3 candidates, and then from there I'll just mull over the potentials based on their locations, and then once I kind of make up my mind on one of them, I'll try to reserve it on a day that's practical for me in my schedule, and that might not work out in June. Either way, it's a big achievement for me to be here and check out all the sites. And I'm kind of glad there really isn't much hiking here, because if there was, I'd really want to get in a hike in before my camp that night. But it's such a far journey for me to get here. It'd be like 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours to drive here. I wouldn't have much daylight to do the hike. So this is one where I wouldn't feel guilty about coming here and camping and just not hiking at all, just setting up camp right away and just kind of hanging out. Kind of just use this as an outpost for scouting the Beltrami Island State Forest campgrounds the next morning. Kind of the plan. And the longest days of the year with the sunlight are in June for the most part. So this camping here and camping at Lake Bronson State Park, I need to do it at a time of the year when the days are at their longest. I will scout Lake Bronson later this month if all goes well. So hopefully I'll be able to book a camp there in June as well. Even if I don't scout there, I already kind of made up my mind which site I want to camp at. But because I have the opportunity to scout it after I camp Old Mill later this month, I'm waiting and I'm going to scout it first. And that might prove to be a lifesaver. Because if I go to a site that's completely open with no shade and there's just direct sunlight the whole time, that'll make for a miserable camp. I've been in that situation before. And that was in my earlier days when I was first learning how to pick sites. I learned from that the hard way. I got pretty bad sunburn on that one. Really hot too. It was a July one, I think. See how we're doing for mileage. I'm guessing maybe 6 miles so far. Nope, 4.9. You can really hear them frogs over here. Yeah, so even though you probably won't, this footage won't be useful to anybody until the 2027 season. I really hope this helped out. It's definitely going to help me. Otherwise, I just roll the dice and pick a site. And there are some sites here where if I did that and there were neighbors next to me and across from me, it'd be an absolute nightmare. I'd have to wear earbuds and blast music full blast most of the time. There are some people that they're really social and they just really like being around people. But it's kind of like with my hearing is, I guess a good analogy is like if you had X-ray vision and you could see people's skeletal structure and their nervous endings and like their saliva and their liquids and all the stuff inside their body. If you could see that when you looked at people, the kind of same thing happens to me with hearing, the way I hear things. It's pretty profound. It's misophonia specifically. There are some sounds that relax me. It's just unfortunately those don't seem to happen as often. Like there's some people when they whistle, it just relaxes me because they're good at it. And there's some people when they whistle, it just torments me, utterly torments me. So we're doing pretty good for time. So it'll be about probably the 4-hour mark. Maybe a little over 4 hours. That's pretty good. Nice thorough look at everything. Oh, we got back to this road a little quicker than I thought we would. So when we get back to the vehicle here, up here, looks like there's a little trail up here also, but we're gonna drive back, and when we get to this point we're gonna go this way, head up here, check that out real quick, come back down, and actually no, we're gonna go all the way down here and around, or maybe and go up here. Maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll come down here, come out here, go up here, come back, and backtrack, and then come down this way. Nah, we're gonna go all the way down and then all the way up. I might change my mind. I'm contemplating whether or not I'm gonna do a time lapse here on the way back over this road, because we've already seen it from 2 angles now. We'll just see. You know, I can't remember if we saw these when I was here earlier. Oh, they had to have been here. Okay. I really want to take that trail. It's not practical today though. It's a pretty short one. Alright, now we're passing through the Birch Campground. Now it's full of birch. You might actually think it's the Birch Campground. I probably would have called it that if I didn't check the map.
know, sometimes it's hard to, even when you're at the park and you have the time to look at every site and you had the chance to reserve any one you wanted, it's still kind of hard to make up your mind sometimes. So it's nice to be able to like look at footage and just kind of go back to different ones and look at them again and again and analyze them in different ways. I'm probably gonna do that with the footage for this one. Sometimes though, if I just let it sit in the back of my mind, some of the sites will start, I'll feel them resonating more. They'll start rising to the top, like that one, that one, that one. I really haven't drunk much water today. I probably am dehydrated, but I don't really feel thirsty right now. It's probably because it's not that warm out. It's about 20 degrees cooler than it was last weekend. I was pretty dehydrated on that one. And I got sunburned. St. Croix State Park. Incidentally, St. Croix State Park is the largest state park in Minnesota, and Franz Hevne State Park is the smallest state park. It's kind of neat how I went, one week I was at the one, and the very next one I went to, I was at the other. Went from the largest to the smallest. Probably not an incredible amount of people who can say they did that. It's kind of a small thing, I know, but it's kind of interesting. The thing with Franz Hevne is you can see almost everything in a short period of time, which is one of its pros, but it's also one of its cons. You can see everything in a short period of time, so it's over quick. But it's a pretty cool state park. So I think it's here when we drive back. We're just gonna go straight and go all the way around and then come back up. Just because it won't take that long in the vehicle. That one site at Birch is resonating with me a little. The one that was kind of in the back, in the middle. Ridge, nothing really resonated with me there. Lady Slipper, there might be maybe one there. And then Anglers, that one we saw, where I was kind of like, this might be the one. But this one's kind of resonating with me a little. I can feel it. And there are scenarios where I might do a group camp, even by myself. I did that one time, but here I probably wouldn't, because I'm not a fan of the no shade, and I'm not really someone who sets up structures with cover other than my tent. So yeah, I wouldn't want to. I probably wouldn't go for that unless I was in a pinch or something. So right now I'm thinking maybe a site at Birch or a site at the Anglers. Another thing with the ridge is it's kind of in the middle of where people would drive in and drive out to get to these sites, these campgrounds over here. So that would increase the traffic potential. Whereas Lady Slipper and Birch, and anglers for that matter. You're just going to have the people that are camping there for the most part. Now, Anglers has that side road next to it where there's probably going to be a lot of traffic for people going to Zippel Bay. So you're probably going to get dust from the dirt road. But with Lady Slipper and Birch, you should have far less traffic in those campgrounds, because they would be specific mainly for people who are camping there. And you might have people taking a look also, like I'm doing. But for the most part, I think the probability of them having the least amount of traffic is pretty high. Those two campgrounds here. And sometimes there's sites that that made a lot of sense that just kind of got past me when I was in the moment. And a lot of these sites, they would work if it wasn't for the gamble of the neighbors, because they have such close quarters. But a lot of them have really good, like a good format, a good setting. Say the majority of them actually would work out pretty good if you didn't have that risk of close neighbors. And if I could turn off my ears, I'd probably have different opinions about that. I'm still pretty sensitive to light though, halogen lights. People can get pretty stupid with those in campground scenarios, with their vehicles and also with their headlamps and their lanterns. Sometimes they'll have like a porch light outside their RV. They're not even using it, they just have it on, and it's like a halogen. It blares directly into your campsite and just lights everything up. I like it pretty dark in my campsite. I like to just go off the fire, and I'll use my headlamp sparingly when I gotta look at certain things, but I'll turn it off pretty quick. I don't like having other people's light up my camp. It's really, really irritating. I think a lot of people I encounter though at these convenient drive-in campgrounds, they don't camp much, so it's not like it's their 140th trip. They're just kind of doing it maybe with their family or something, and that's why I gotta try to do the backpacking more, because it's I just really like the convenience of just pulling in and the backpacking is a little more serious. Alright, so we should be honing in pretty soon here. The Lady Slipper is we're approaching that. It's gonna be on our right here. We got here at about 9:40, I think, so we're almost at the 4-hour mark. So I get to the vehicle, I'm probably just gonna nourish up a little and hydrate a little. And I got a symphony bar, I'm probably gonna polish that off. I like to have like some candy after a scout, it's kind of fun. And then that way I can just head right out when I'm done with the rest of the driving aspect. Don't have to stop, and you just head on out. I might top off a tank at Shell or something in Baudette. I'm gonna see what the route home guides me first, and I might just top it off at Baudette instead of waiting till I get on E. I might just top it off, and then I don't have to worry about it. Gas is pretty high right now too, so it's kind of unfortunate for me with this this month in particular, because I got a lot of usage planned with the travel, so I had to budget like $400 or something for gas. I'm pretty good at budgeting though, so the way I budget, May happens to be one of those months where I get 5 paychecks instead of 4, because I budget by the month, and some months they have 5 weeks instead of 4 for pay periods. So I usually just budget for a 4-week pay period as a standard, and then when I hit these 5-week ones, I've got extra that I can kind of save or do stuff with, invest it in my vehicle, or do something that I need to do. I do see a vehicle in the distance, but I can't see it that well. Kind of by where I parked. It might be a boat. I'm just kind of hoping there's no issues with my vehicle down there. But yeah, so there, when I get to the vehicle and cut and go to the vehicle dash cam footage, there might be a delay, a gap in time. That's all that is. I might use the vault toilet over here too. There is one. I think there is. You know what? I don't think I was seeing a boat. I was seeing the waves of Lake of the Woods. Wow. That's crazy. I think Lake of the Woods is bigger than Mille Lacs, and it might be bigger than Red Lake. I'm not sure. But it's definitely windy up here. All the hiking we did here is almost half of what I did last weekend at St. Croix State Park. That's pretty brutal. I was pretty smoked after that one. I actually had to recover when I went home. I came close to getting a fever from the lack of hydration and the sunburn. So I definitely pushed it on that one a little. But it's still within a safe limit. All right, oh, we're almost there. Yeah, you could really hear the waves and the sounds of Lake of the Woods here at the Lady Slipper. That's another bonus of that campground here. It's the closest one to Lake of the Woods. You're still kind of tucked away by the woodland here to help bat down some of the wind. Frogs in there. I think I smell a honeysuckle maybe. You know, after you've been walking down a road for a while, it feels really good to get in a vehicle and just drive in it. Man. Alright, so about to wrap up the foot scout here in a second. Alright, so it looks like my vehicle's still here. That's always a good thing, because you never know. You just make sure there's no tickets or fees, and make sure there's no vandalization. There's a little trail down there too. I don't see a vault toilet over here, so alright, no fees, so it looks good. Lake of the Woods. Wow. Very, very windy. It's insane. I have no connection here, so I'm not sure where Garden Island is, but it's somewhere in that direction. Gulls, birds, gulls. I think there's a seagull. Oh, there's one on the rock over here. Oh, there's seashells also. Wow. A lot of them. Alright, flew off. Oh, we're catching fish. Falls State Park, but it feels stronger here. Superior is a lot bigger though. Alright, it's good enough. I tried to identify a seagull, but that's okay. Came close. Oh. Lake of the Woods. Alright, so I'm gonna nourish up a little, then we're gonna check out some of the other areas of the park in the vehicle. Okay, so it's right here. We're gonna go straight. So we'll see this part of the park over here. Oh, there's posted 20 miles per hour. This kind of just loops around the southeastern part of the park and wraps up towards the park office. Kind of like a forest road, really. Now we're closing in on an entry point for a trail, and this trail just leads out of the park. So it's kind of weird. I don't know what that's all about. Should be right here. Some kind of trail that goes out of the park here. All right, now we're headed towards the park office. So there's really nothing around this part of the park. It's just kind of a, I guess, a courtesy road. You can take this route if you want to. And we're almost at the park office. So here's they have showers, toilets, and a recycling center here. And it looks like it might still be closed for the season. All right, here's that point we were earlier. You go straight, you go towards the Anglers Campground and the and Zippel Bay. And the park office is to our left. So we're going to take a right here.
And we were down here earlier, but we turned off to go to those other campgrounds. So this time we're going to continue straight all the way to the end. Check out that parking area at the end up there. Here's that intersection we were at a few times. Really glad they had that convenient trail to our left there to the Anglers Campground. So now we're going to continue straight, see what we see up here. Like a trail. We just passed that trail to our right. That's that little trail I told you about by the group camp where it'd be kind of an interesting night hike maybe. It ends off right here at this road. So it's kind of a weird trail. Just kind of ends in the road, you know. Alright, and this is kind of the top of the park in the map. Top middle. Looks like the picnic area and a boat launch. There's an anchor symbol. That means marina. So there's a marina over there. Actually, no, I'm looking at the wrong spot on the map. So here there's just parking, beach access, and a shelter. And there's also a trail over here. Straight ahead. You can walk alongside the lake there, slightly northwest, and get to something called, you can see the Coast Guard lights. It's about 0.75 miles from here. So that might be interesting to check out as well when you're here. Yeah, but earlier that was a marina we were looking at, and I wasn't sure what it was called. It's over at Zippel Bay. So there's actually one little microscopic trail we drove past that I didn't call out. It's right by the intersection we've been at several times now. We're closing in on that trail. It's going to be to our left. And that will take you to the group camp, essentially, in a little under a mile right here. And just past this intersection up here, there should be this interesting little trail to our left that goes to like a little body of water that's behind the group camp. It's very interesting. And it's only a 0.1 mile trail. Let's see if we can locate it. Alright, here's that infamous intersection here. So right up here to the left, there's a small little trail. Wow, yeah. And this takes you to a little body of water behind the group camp. So that's a cool little mystery. I really wish I would have noticed that on the map when I was out there. I probably would have deviated to check that out real quick. But that's okay. It's okay. So we covered everything that I wanted to cover here in this scout at Zippel Bay State Park in Williams, Minnesota, in Lake of the Woods County, the northern central part of the state. Right on the southern shore of Lake of the Woods. Southern portion of it. So yeah, I hope this helped. Thanks for taking a look. We'll end with the drive out of here. So take care.